Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner, Council, Mr. Warren. Mr. Warren, thank you so much for joining us today.
Warren?
Commissioner, I don't believe that Mr. Warren has been sworn.
Right.
Mr. Warren, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you affirm the evidence you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Warren, my name is Haley Bruckner. I'm Commission Counsel. I'm going to be asking you some questions today. Some of those questions will be with reference to the overview document that the inquiry has prepared. Have you had a chance to review that document?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to start in with some questions about your background. I understand that you're a graduate of the Mohawk College Transportation and Highway Engineering program. Is that right?
Yeah.
Do you have any other professional qualifications?
I do now. I'm a CET with OSET.
Okay. When did you acquire that qualification?
Oh, I should know this. Within the last year, roughly the last year.
Thank you. And you worked for the Ministry of Transportation prior to joining the city in January 2015?
Yes.
Okay. In what capacity did you work with the MTO?
I had various roles at various offices.
What was the last one that you were in before you joined the city?
I believe it was titled Senior Project Manager, Signs and Pavement Markings.
Okay. And you were a senior project manager in the Traffic Operations and Engineering Department with the city from January 2015 to August 2017?
Yes.
Can you describe your responsibilities in that role for me?
I was responsible for a handful of staff that tackled community safety items, such as stop sign requests, speed reduction requests, traffic calming requests. Near the end, got into some active transportation, program of safe routes to school, things like that.
Did your group have any responsibility for asphalt or pavement?
No.
You reported to David Ferguson, who is Superintendent Traffic Engineering?
That was my direct report, yes.
Okay. And I believe Mr. Ferguson would have reported up to Martin White?
Correct.
Who then reported to, I believe, Jeff Lupton?
Yeah, during my time there, yes.
And Mr. Lupton, I believe, reported then to John Mader?
Yes.
Did anyone report to you in your role as senior project manager?
Directly, I had two project managers. When I first came on, it was Steve Cooper and Sue Russell. But then Sue left shortly after that to a secondment. And I believe it was Joanne Starr that took over.
Okay. Did Mr. Cooper report exclusively to you?
No, I was directly responsible for the administration of him, dealing with time off, hours of work, things like that. But from a technical nature, we all reported throughout the various layers.
So there were instances in which Mr. Cooper would have been reporting to Mr. Ferguson directly on projects?
Yeah, and possibly even Mr. White.
Okay. Prior to your start at the city in January 2015, SEMA prepared the 2013 SEMA report, which I will have the registrar bring up for you. Registrar, could you please call out HAM 41871, please? Mr. Warren, are you familiar with this SEMA report?
Yep.
Why did you review this report?
Sorry?
Why are you familiar with this report?
I I assisted with a staff report early in the start of 2015 that provided a synopsis of the recommendations laid out in this report.
Registrar, could you take this down and bring up RHB 668? So this is the information report that was prepared about that 2013 SEMA report. Do you have any familiarity with this information report from 2013?
Sorry, no, sorry. The 2013 report was for an update report. Sorry, there's so many reports. My involvement was just to know what historically had been done with the 2013 report.
Okay, and that involved a review of that report.
Yeah.
Thank you. Registrar, you can take this down, please. And if you could take us to OD6, image 135, paragraphs 388 to 389. Thank you. Mr. Warren, can you see that?
Yeah.
Registrar, if you could call out 388 and 389. So in January of 2015, which I believe is quite early in your time at the city, there are some email exchanged between you, Mr. Merritt, and Mr. Ferguson. And the first one is the one set out at 388 about the installation of pavement reflectors on the Red Hill. And Mr. Ferguson writes to you on January 20th, 2015, and the fund continues. Can you guys do me a favor and check the spec we are using for the length of the cut? Gary Moore is asking why it's so long. I tried to explain based on my understanding of them, but he thinks it's still too long. Can it be shortened for the northbound movement? And Mr. Merritt replies the same day to say that he's spoken to someone at the MTO and they typically use a 5-foot slot length. Do you remember this exchange about the pavement reflectors?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson prefaces his statement to you with, and the fun continues. What did you understand that to mean?
Oh, I didn't have any opinion. I wasn't even 3 weeks with the ministry. So I mean, with the city of Hamilton. So I didn't have any opinion.
Mr. Moore thought the length of the cut for the reflectors that you were looking to install was too long.
That's what I read there.
You can close this register. And if you can take us to 391 and 392. So on January 21st, 2015, Mr. Ferguson emails Mr. Moore and he copies Mr. White, Mr. Mader, you, and Mr. Merritt. And he says, further to our discussion yesterday, the following is provided. We discussed the issue of marker lengths with the manager of the MTO's program. His comment was that the length of the cut should be 5 feet to allow for proper reflection of the markers. He advised us not to go below a length of 4 feet. Our current contract is for 4 feet cut. And Mr. Moore replies 45 minutes later, writing, okay, but when the pavement fails prematurely because of these cuts, I'll be asking you to provide an explanation about the need for both the reflectors and the cuts. Do you remember this email exchange?
Yeah, vaguely.
What did you think of Mr. Moore's response here?
I thought it was typical of a lot of road engineers. The more cuts you put in a road, the more chance for water to get in and the more chance for it to deteriorate. I mean, that's just a high level understanding of road construction. So throughout my career, that's always been a concern of from a geotech standpoint of the specialists in geotech.
So you didn't find it surprising that someone with an engineering background was taking this position?
No. I mean, it's true. It could deteriorate quicker.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can take us to paragraph 396, which is on image 137. And call out actually call out the entire top half of the page down to 396. So Mr. Warren, just for context for you, you are removed from the rest of this email exchange.
Okay.
There is some back and forth about this response from Mr. Moore between Mr. White, Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. Mader and Mr. Lupton, which results in the email at 396 from Mr. White, where he says to Mr. Mader, John, in confidence, has anybody told him we are doing the link crossover study with SEMA? He's going to react when he finds out. Traffic staff shouldn't have to put up with his reaction when he finds out. Malone even told me he was charging us a bit extra due to Gary. He wants to be sure his recommendations are totally defensible. He asked me what he should say when Gary calls him. I told SEMA to do the best analysis they can and give us the best technical options and not worry about what Gary says to them. This is a consistent problem we face routinely with that section and related works. I'm not going to respond, but I just had to have my bitch out to you. At this point in time, and I know that you're only about 3 weeks into your time with the city here, were you aware of a crossover study that SEMA was doing on the link?
I might have been. There's a lot going on in the first 3 weeks.
Okay.
So there's a lot to catch up on.
Did anyone tell you that they anticipated that Mr. Moore would respond negatively when he learned of the study?
No.
Okay. Did you have any sense of what reaction Martin White was expecting from Mr. Moore?
No.
Did anyone ever advise you that there was reason to believe that Mr. Moore would react badly if your group retained SEMA on a project?
No.
So you do a bit of work with SEMA as we move forward into your tenure at the city. Did anyone at SEMA ever advise you that they would charge additional fees to the city because of Mr. Moore's involvement in a project?
No, that's the first time I've heard of it reading with you reading that email to me.
Okay. Did staff on your team in traffic operations and engineering ever express concerns to you about working with Mr. Moore on projects connected to the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those concerns?
Just difference of opinion on what the vision or what the what the issues were and how they should be resolved.
What was your group's view of what the issues were?
Well, they were laid out in all the reports, you know.
Is that when you say they were laid out in all the reports, is that a reference to the SEMA reports, so the 2013 and 2015 SEMA reports?
Yeah, and the staff reports to council and things like that.
Okay, so your view or your group's view was that the recommendations in the SEMA reports should be implemented?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Mr. Moore's view of the issues?
He had a difference of opinion and had some reasons why they shouldn't be implemented, and
okay.
It was yeah.
Was that difference of opinion with respect to specific recommendations?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't really care about warning signs. That was more our specialty, but any of the recommendations that fell out of traffic's immediate responsibility, that's where he started having concerns.
Okay, and do you recall which recommendations those were specifically?
off the top of my, not specifically, but in and around illumination, guide rail, and the pavement surface.
Okay. Friction testing.
Yeah.
And do you recall what exactly his position was on each of those items? So illumination, guide rail, pavement surface, friction testing?
Not specifically, without seeing, an email or something.
I'm going to take you through some of the reports. So we can start there now.
Sure.
Registrar, could you please take us to OD6, image 139 at paragraph 403? So I believe that this is the report that you, or the information update that you referenced earlier. So on February 13, 2015, Mr. Ferguson emails Mr. Cooper and he copies you about the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And he says, can you please prepare an update report for the Red Hill Valley Parkway based on the action items we identified on our previous report and identify what has been completed along with action items that are still to be completed. It should be a short and sweet report and include in the recommendation that the item be removed from the PWOBL. And he says the report is due March 2nd. Just before I ask more targeted questions about this, PWOBL, what's that a reference to?
Public Works Outstanding Business List.
Fantastic. And what is that?
So it's been a long time since I've heard that acronym, so just bear with me. It's an outstanding list of things to. It's a things to do list for Public Works based on reports that went to council.
Thank you. In terms of, so this email is sent to both you and Mr. Cooper. In terms of day-to-day responsibilities for this information update, can you tell me what your responsibilities were as compared to Mr. Cooper's?
For this report? Is that what you want for this report?
Yeah, for this report specifically.
Sorry, I didn't hear the response. This is just early in my tenure, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is an update report to the staff report that was based on the 2013 SEMA report.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So with me not having much historical background, being only a month and a half into my tenure there, Steve was working directly with Dave for this. My role was to ensure all the items were completed for the report and that it was written in a manner that was, as Dave alluded to, simple. What was his short and sweet. So it wasn't, a long report, that it could be just direct. And that's what my role was, and to ensure that Steve was on top of it and had this as one of his top priorities in his work plan.
You said that one of your roles was to ensure that the recommendations were implemented. Can you tell me what steps you were taking to make sure that that happened?
I had Steve complete a field review. Okay. And report back to me on what was done and what wasn't, directly using the previous information report.
Understood. Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can take us to OD6 140 paragraph 407. So Mr. Cooper, actually, for context, can we also call up image 139 just to orient Mr. Warren? So there's a bit of exchange about the information update, and Mr. Cooper replies to Mr. Ferguson in response to a request for the update report, and he attaches a draft. And that's at paragraph 407, if you can see that. Do you recall if you reviewed the draft that Mr. Cooper sent to Mr. Ferguson?
The draft report to council?
Yeah, so this is 407, it's the information update.
Yeah, I reviewed it.
Registrar, can you take us down to 408 and call that out? So on March 5th, you email Mr. Ferguson, copying Mr. Cooper, and you attach a revised draft of the information update. You say, Steve took great responsibility to promptly correct and update this information report. I believe he has drafted a report that identifies what we have completed to date and what is still outstanding. He has added for greater value the reason why we installed and for the delays to implement. He is currently updating Appendix A and will forward that later today. Do you remember sending this email to Mr. Ferguson?
Not directly, but reading it, that is mine, so.
Okay.
Which day was that on?
This is March 5th, 2015.
So a few days after Dave had originally requested?
Yeah. And you say at the top of this email that Mr. Cooper took great responsibility to promptly correct and update this information report. Do you recall which aspects of the information update Mr. Cooper had to correct from his original draft?
No, not directly. It was common to have many edits throughout that were given in red pen by Dave and Martin.
Okay.
And then it would be our responsibility to make those edits as needed. For this report, the focus was on the tables. I remember that.
Okay. And
just cleaning it up on how to simplify how it read.
So to promptly correct and update this information report, would the revisions have come from you on this report?
Some of the revisions based on, the table, and how it could be better laid out. Not from an information standpoint.
Not from an information standpoint. Can you just expand on what that means for me?
I wasn't providing technical input. I was providing more formatting so that the message could be clearer to the reader.
You were providing typographical and formatting changes, but not substantive changes to the content. Is that right?
Correct. Well put.
Thank you. Registrar, could you call out HAM 56632? So Mr. Warren, for your reference, this is the draft of the information update that you sent to Mr. Ferguson. Registrar, could you pull up image 2? And you'll see that at the very bottom of this page, under the chart on image 2, Registrar, could you call out that paragraph there? Thank you. So there's a reference there that says staff will also review further countermeasures such as friction testing with construction engineering section. Traffic engineering will continue to monitor the study area for enhancement and improvement opportunities as they become available. Do you know why this was included in the information update?
No.
Is this something that Mr. Cooper would have put in?
Possibly. That more than likely would have come from Dave or Martin. The specific wording, or maybe even higher.
I may be able to assist with that. Registrar, can you move the image where we have the call out over and call up RHV 668? So just for your reference, Mr. Warren, this is the information report that goes to council on November 18, 2013. So the one that you said this information update is based on. Do you recall reviewing the information report as part of your review of the later information update?
Not specifically, but I'm sure I would have to familiarize myself.
Right, it would have been part of your standard practice.
Yes.
Registrar, can you take us to image 2 of the information report? And call out, so paragraph, so the second full paragraph down the page, the very bottom, so the last line. So this is the 2013 information report, and you'll see the very last line of this paragraph is staff will review further countermeasures such as friction testing with construction engineering.
Okay.
Would it surprise you if this line that is then repeated in the information update came directly from this 2013 report?
No.
Okay. Would that have been a fairly standard practice for drafting information updates?
Yeah.
Registrar, you can close this out and take us back to just the information update. To your knowledge, had anyone in traffic operations and engineering reviewed friction testing with the construction engineering section as of May 2015 when you were drafting the information update?
What do you mean reviewed?
Taken any steps to talk to them about the recommendation for friction testing?
I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall whether we talked to them at that time.
Sorry, Registrar, you can take down the information report. Thank you. So I think that you had said earlier that one of your responsibilities for this information update was to ensure that the items listed had been implemented. Did that include the friction testing recommendation or references from the 2013 report?
No, my responsibility was to ensure that, well, it was a check to see what had been done and what hadn't listed out from those tables. But then my direct responsibility was to ensure all the traffic items were completed. And if they weren't, I wanted reasons from Steve and thinking forward to find solutions to ensure that they can get done in a timely manner.
And did you check if that reference that we were looking at before to reviewing friction testing with construction engineering had been completed?
If I was to do anything, I would have assumed that we would have reached out to the appropriate office that's responsible for that type of work.
But you don't have any recollection of having done that?
Not specifically at that time.
To your knowledge, had anyone been assigned to review the friction testing with construction engineering section or that recommendation?
Not to my knowledge at that time.
Just stepping back briefly in time, when you joined traffic operations and engineering in 2015, so in January of 2015, what, if anything, were you told about the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Nothing really. There was no formal sit down to discuss the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
When you joined traffic operations and engineering in 2015, what, if anything, were you told about friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Nothing.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this out, and if you can take us to OD6, image 140 at paragraph 409. So on March 9th, you email Mr. Ferguson and you attach a document titled Red Hill Valley Parkway Tables, JSON version, which I can take you into if you'd like. The attachments included 2 tables with countermeasures, one for road segments and one for ramps. And you wrote, tidied up, please complete the last column of the second table. I don't want to bug SC again. Our messaging should be brief and consistent in a table like this. Is that a reference to the 2 appendices that you said that you were working to update?
Can you share those?
Yeah, absolutely. Registrar, can you pull up HAM 56633? Which actually may be the email. And then on the other image, can you pull up HAM 56634, which is the attachment with the appendices? And I think we can actually take down the email as we've just looked at in the OD. Sorry about that. So this is the appendix that you send. I believe, Registrar, that there is a second image. Pull that up. Do you remember working on these charts?
Vaguely.
So I noticed that on the second image, Registrar, if you can pull out under Mud Street Interchange, there are a number of blank spaces there. In the status column. Why are there blanks under the status for some of the Mud Street Interchange recommendations?
Steve didn't have those from what I understand through that email. And so I was asking Dave.
So you were asking Dave for the status of those items?
Yeah.
In terms of the department that you would go to that could provide you with a status on those items, can you identify for each of these blanks which public works department you would think would be responsible for the item?
So the first one, friction pavement, that would be construction engineering. The larger chevrons, that would be traffic engineering and operations. Pavement marking text would be traffic operations and engineering. Dynamic variable speed warning signs, traffic operations and engineering. The last 2, traffic operations and engineering.
Thank you, Registrar. You can take this down.
But they would more so be the operation side of traffic. Those were unique and wouldn't have been a standard. For the most part, most of them wouldn't be a standard application.
When you say wouldn't be a standard application, can you expand on that for me?
Like a standard application of putting an all-way stop in, so just standard stop signs, maybe like a stop bar would be a standard application, but adding text or variable message signs, that wasn't something that was a normal practice within the city at that time. So there would have been a learning curve and sourcing out equipment, determining best locations, all the other ins and outs that would have been required.
And just while we're on that point, you drew a distinction between traffic engineering and traffic operations. Can you expand on the responsibilities as between those 2 groups?
So traffic operations would be responsible for the installation and the scheduling of when the works were to be done. Traffic engineering would be completing the investigations and making the technical recommendations for what would be, and requesting the work to be completed.
And what process is the work requested through?
Carbon copy work orders.
Registrar, you could take this down, and if you could pull up OD6, image 140 at paragraph 410, please. And you may have to go on to the next image as well. So on March 9th, 2015, Mr. Ferguson emails Mr. Moore and Mr. Field in engineering services. Thank you, Registrar. And he attaches the draft of the Red Hill Valley Parkway update. You're not copied on this email. for your reference. And the draft that he attaches is not identical to the one that you had sent to him. And I'm going to take you into that. But were you involved in Mr. Ferguson's revisions before he sent this report to Mr. Moore and Mr. Field?
No.
Did he have any discussions with you about those revisions?
Possibly, but there was nothing formal. Dave and I talked a lot.
Okay, understood. I will take you into the report that he sends and see if that helps to refresh your memory about whether you had any discussions with him about it. Registrar, could you please pull up HAM 24142? And you can take down the OD. Thank you. So this is the copy of the information update that Mr. Ferguson circulates to Mr. Moore and Mr. Field.
This is the same one that's been worked on and being discussed for the last minute. Yeah, okay.
So you send it to Mr. Ferguson and then he flips it to Mr. Field and Mr. Moore, but there are some revisions between the version that you send to him and the one that he sends to them.
Okay.
Registrar, can you call up image 3? So this is the appendix that we were just looking at a minute ago, your draft of it. And you'll see that the blanks have been filled in for a number of the Mud Street interchange items.
Okay.
And so there's a reference to install high friction pavement approaching and through the curve. And the status of that recommendation now says to be reviewed and completed during future repaving.
Yep.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. Ferguson about why the status of that recommendation was to be reviewed during future repaving?
Not that I recall.
Registrar, can you take us back to the first page of this report? So I'm happy to allow you to review this, Mr. Warren, but from my review of this report, it does not include the statement that we were looking at earlier from your draft, which said staff will also review further countermeasures such as friction testing with construction engineering section. Do you have any knowledge about why that line was removed from this information update?
No.
Registrar, you can take this down. So Mr. Warren, in May 2015, there was a fatal crossover collision on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Do you recall that collision?
No.
Registrar, can you call up OD7, image 5, paragraph 19? Sorry, Registrar, I think I gave you the wrong image. Can you go over a couple to paragraph 19? One more. There it is. Thank you. On May 11th, 2015, Councillor Conley emails Mr. Ferguson and he requests a safety study on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And he asks specifically about having barriers that would stop a vehicle from going across the collision and landing in the opposite lane. Do you recall discussions with councillors in May 2015 about a safety study on the Red Hill?
Not specifically, but there was a lot of discussion, so.
About the Red Hill or just a lot of discussions in your department in general?
Both. There was a lot of discussions with councillors. There was a lot of discussions about the Red Hill, and there was a lot of discussions about safety enhancements and reports for the Red Hill.
Can you tell me specifically about the discussions about the Red Hill and what the content of them was?
Just in general, due to all the different staff reports and the SEMA report and collisions that were occurring, just what can we do to make it better? Or is there a problem? Like, you know, what is going on? It was an act of concern within our group to find out the cause and how we can improve on it.
So would it be fair to say that in your group, there was particular concern about the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the collisions occurring on it?
Yes.
Did you understand what the basis for that concern was?
I mean, it was in the news. It was, they were occurring. So that was the basis.
When you say they were occurring, you mean collisions on the Red Hill?
Yes. Sorry.
In higher proportions or with more media attention than collisions on other roadways in Hamilton?
Freeways always get more media attention. I mean, you hear about a collision on the 401 more than you hear a collision on Barton Street in Hamilton or in your residential community. They can be more severe due to the speed, but it wasn't any one specific reason. We wanted to know more information. That's what the crux was.
So if collisions occur with higher frequency on any freeway, why was your group particularly focused on the Red Hill?
I wouldn't say that they occur more frequent on freeways. They can be more severe due to the speed of a collision. Two cars hitting at 20 kilometers an hour in a residential zone is going to cause less damage and injury than two cars colliding at 100 kilometers an hour. It's just sheer math, right? It was in the media. It was being brought to our attention as a concern by counselors. So that's what attracted us to have concern and to want to look more.
Was the Red Hill being brought to your attention by counselors and the media more frequently than other freeways in Hamilton? So the Link, for example?
I wouldn't say more so than the Link.
Okay.
It was equal.
As of May 2015, were you aware of any concerns about wet surface collisions specifically on the Red Hill?
Yeah, there was concerns.
What was the source of those concerns?
Just anecdotal observations. That's all.
Anecdotal observations from who?
From staff within. Our observations started to see trends that's when the collisions were occurring, just from observations, not looking at data.
Okay. I'm going to step backward in time just to ask you about one item that you may or may not be aware of. Registrar, could you take this down and call it GOL 2641? So this is an email that predates your time at the city, Mr. Warren. And you'll see, Registrar, if you could take us to image 3, please. So just at the very top of this email that Martin White sends to Mr. Moore, Mr. Mader, Mr. Lepton, and Brian Scheinel, who was in operations. You'll see that, Registrar, if you can call that out. You'll see that Mr. White in September of 2013 had advised that traffic engineering staff would analyze the collision history on the entire Link and Red Hill system to determine if there was a proven recorded collision history related to the impacts of the weather and road surface on the collision rate to determine the higher incident locations. Were you advised of this collision history review when you started at the city in 2015?
No, not specifically.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge as to the status of that collision history as of January 2015?
No.
Do you know if it was in progress or had been completed?
No.
At any time, did Mr. Lupton, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White advise you of the outcome of a review that they had conducted with respect to surface, with respect to collision patterns on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, not outside the SEMA report.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down. Thank you. Did your group monitor collisions on roadways across the city?
I wouldn't say monitor. We weren't actively reviewing them on a monthly basis.
Okay. Were you doing something else?
Due to the sheer volume of request, it was more of reactive assessment. And anytime something larger was brought to our attention, we would have firms like SEMA to complete a formal review of a roadway section.
When you say something larger, what do you mean by that?
That goes back to what we were just discussing, something that through our observations, through media requests, and through counselor input.
So, for example, if you notice a collision pattern on wet surface conditions on a roadway?
Yeah, and so that's where, yeah, the Red Hill would take over.
And that leads to, or has a connection with the 2015 SEMA report?
Yeah.
You said that otherwise, if it wasn't something larger, your response was more reactive. Can you tell me what that means?
We didn't have during the time that I was there, there was no staff or resources available to complete a network screening that would identify specific hotspots throughout the city, either being intersections or roadway sections that would require further analysis.
So there was no systemic way to identify roadways that might be of concern?
Not during the time that I was there.
And so when you said that what you had observed on the Red Hill was the result of anecdotal observations, that's because there wasn't a larger program in place?
Correct.
Thank you. Registrar, could you please take us into OD7, image 17, paragraph 43? So this is May 22nd, 2015. Mr. Ferguson emails Mr. Cooper and you, and he copies Brian Malone from SEMA. Just stopping there, did you have any familiarity with Mr. Malone at this point in time?
I knew he worked for SEMA, and just through the industry, that's all.
Through the industry, had you met him prior to your time at the city?
I believe I had met him.
So in this email, Mr. Ferguson outlines items that he thinks need to be reviewed by SEMA in connection with the 2015 SEMA report. And so he says the following items need to be reviewed and recommendations provided. And he says the need for some type of barrier and recommendation on type and expected cost. 2, is there a need for lighting and expected cost? 3, an analysis of the types of collisions that are occurring and what is causing them, i.e. weather conditions, speeding, distracted driving. 4, the report needs to be completed for September. Did you understand that this was the scope of the 2015 SEMA report?
No, this was the basis of the scope.
Okay, when you say the basis of the scope, what does that mean?
This is usually what kickstarts a discussion when using a retainer consultant. And then what would typically happen is the consultant would put in a proposal of everything that would need to be done. And then from there, staff would look at whether they wanted anything removed or added based on to help with a complete report and also based on the budgeted cost of the report.
Okay. As between yourself and actually, let me ask this a different way. What was your role with respect to the 2015 SEMA report?
I was providing contact with Mr. Malone to help ensure that the report was thorough and complete.
When you say contact with Mr. Malone to help ensure that the report was thorough and complete, can you break that down? What did that entail?
I reviewed his proposal and then had some suggestions on what it should entail. I remember one aspect was extending the limits slightly so that it would this report for the Red Hill would come up and touch the link report, so there was no gaps in that roadway network. To a motorist, they don't know the difference in that it's the link or the Red Hill or where one starts or where one begins. It looks like one continuous roadway. So that was I remember that being one of the high level things to help out Mr. Malone.
Okay. What was Mr. Cooper's role in the 2015 SEMA report?
He was responsible to help collect data, provide background information and background insight on what had been done in the past.
Okay. So collecting data from the city to provide to SEMA?
Yeah.
Was he doing that under your supervision?
Yeah.
What was Mr. Ferguson's role in the 2015 SEMA report?
I guess overarching project manager for the city.
Can you break that down and tell me what exactly that means? What were his responsibilities on the project?
Well, nothing was detailed. There wasn't like a project charter created and everyone knew their roles and responsibilities. It was kind of you kind of figured it out as you went, and you helped out where you could. And Dave was the ultimate or the highest contact for SEMA at the city, with the responsibility to ensure that the report was done. And then I would be his assistant.
You said that you figured out your roles and responsibilities, and correct me if I'm wrong. You said that you figured out your roles and responsibilities as you went. Were your roles and responsibilities on this project not clearly communicated to you?
I wouldn't say, yeah, I would say that's true.
Did you find that your roles and responsibilities as a senior project manager were clearly communicated to you when you started at the city?
No, there was no onboarding meeting. I mean, partially because there was quite a bit of work to be done. So the time and effort, I guess it wasn't there to help. There would be direction given as situations came up,
okay,
to help direct, but there was no sit down onboarding. Here's what we want delivered. Here's the priorities, things like that.
So how did you know what you were responsible for?
I took that from understanding the job ad, and just through as emails came in and direction came in from Dave Ferguson or Martin White or Jeff Lupton. If an email came in and asking me to do something, then I did it.
Okay. Did you think that others in your group, so Mr. Cooper, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Lupton, Mr. Mader, had a clear sense of what their roles and responsibilities were?
I I think they knew more just based on having the history at the city. So with me and being and having municipal experience, with me coming from the provincial body, municipality worked a little bit different, and to know those clear lines, they weren't always there as what was at the province.
Do you recall occasions in which projects or items slipped through the gaps because it wasn't clear who was responsible for them?
Yeah, that happened from time to time, and we quickly tried to correct them, and we had other measures put in place so that that wouldn't occur.
How frequently would that occur?
Oh, I don't know, from time to time, like not weekly, not daily, not monthly, but I don't know, a couple times, 2 or 3 times a year, maybe. And they could just be minor for that matter, or they could have been something a little bit larger that you know, that we had to make improvements on.
To your recollection, did any of those items that slipped through relate to the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I remember one was the purchase order for Brian Malone and SEMA starting up for this assignment.
Okay. And that was an item that slipped through in terms of who was responsible for it?
Who was, yes, and what needed to be done, yeah.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to OD7, image 17, paragraph 44, which is just the next paragraph down. So Mr. Malone responds to this email from Mr. Ferguson with quite a lengthy preliminary work plan and email. Do you recall receiving the preliminary work plan?
Yeah, as I just indicated earlier, yes.
Registrar, can you call up image 2? And Mr. Warren, I'm just going to give you a second to review this and refresh your memory. Can you call up the next image over as well? It continues on to the next page. And just let me know when you've had a chance to look at that.
Okay.
Registrar, you can close that down. And Mr. Malone also attached a document that included a list of data required to complete this assignment. And that is at paragraph 45. Registrar, if you could call out the list, please. So the items listed are a full collision summary report in Excel format, a collision diagram indicating locations of each collision if available, motor vehicle accident reports, all current and historical traffic volume data available for the study area, including the main line and ramp volumes, design drawings or at minimum high resolution aerial photography, and information related to any planned work on the study area. Are these the items that Mr. Cooper was responsible for getting to SEMA?
That was my understanding.
Okay. The last entry at the bottom, information related to any planned work at the study area. What does that mean?
Anything scheduled on the yearly work plans.
Okay. Why would SEMA need that information?
To know what's upcoming. Let's just say one of the interchanges was being reconstructed, a bridge rehab. It can help tailor recommendations as costs would potentially change. It'd be less throwaway.
So generally speaking, would it be fair to say that the more information you can provide to a consultant about a facility subject to a safety review, the more thorough their analysis and recommendations will be?
Yeah.
On receipt of this email, did you take any steps to confirm whether recommendations from the 2013 SEMA report had been done or would be done in the study area?
Sorry, say that one again.
Yeah. So on receipt of this email, which references information related to any planned work at the study area, did you take steps to confirm whether or not recommendations from the 2013 SEMA report were going to be implemented on the Red Hill?
Implemented by us? By the city?
Yeah.
Or implemented as part of a new report by SEMA?
Implemented by SEMA to advise them that that was the case.
Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry, so it says information related to any planned work at the study area, right?
Correct.
Did you take any steps to see if the city was planning any work related to the 2013 SEMA recommendations to provide it to SEMA?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you direct Mr. Cooper to do so?
Not that I recall. I would assume that between the group, we would have been providing that type of information.
So the information update that we were looking at earlier, the original draft from Mr. Cooper and the one that you sent to Mr. Ferguson included that line about reviewing friction testing with construction engineering. You remember that?
Yeah.
At the time that you received this email asking about planned work in the study area, did you follow up about whether or not conversations had occurred between your group and engineering services about that friction testing recommendation?
No, not that I recall.
To your knowledge, had anyone else followed up about friction testing with?
Not that I recall. Not specifically based on that bullet.
Okay. As of May 2015, so that's when this is occurring, had anyone in your group advised you about whether or not friction testing had ever been conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
If there were friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway available in 2015, in your view, should that information have been provided to SEMA?
Yeah, if they were requesting it and there was concerns of wet pavement, that to me, that says something about friction. So I would have tried to find out that report and share it with SEMA.
Understood, thank you. Registrar, could you close this down and take us to OD7 at image 23, paragraphs 59 to 61. So I believe, Mr. Warren, that this is the reference to the delay in the order for SEMA that you mentioned earlier. So on June 24th, 2015, Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Malone have an exchange about the 2015 SEMA review. And you'll see at the bottom of Mr. Malone's email here, Registrar, if you can highlight that. He says to Mr. Ferguson, at the moment, we don't have confirmation to proceed, at least not formally. Is that coming shortly? We're anxious to begin working on the assignment. Is that a reference to the delay that you had noted earlier, the item that slipped through the cracks?
Yes.
And you'll see Mr. Ferguson forwards this email to you, and he asks you to follow up as he thought that it had been completed and SEMA was proceeding.
Right.
Mr. Warren, you reply to Mr. Ferguson the same day, and you say, "Will do. I thought it was all completed," and Coop told us that. At this point in time, had Mr. Cooper advised you that the project was proceeding?
Yes.
Registrar, can you take us to OD7, image 2360, paragraph 62? Thank you. So I believe that this is the statement about what happened.
And I'm not sure exactly what they tackle on their end, but the clearance from procurement to award to SEMA, it was in their hands.
And who in your group was responsible for working with procurement to get that purchase order out to SEMA?
From my understanding, it was Shelley, and you know, whomever from the technical group would work with Shelley to make sure everything was moving along.
Okay. In this case, was that Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
And it was his understanding prior to this email exchange that this purchase order had already gone out to SEMA?
Yeah, I don't recall the exact reasons for the confusion between Steve and procurement. Again, you know, I was there for 6 months, but it was still new. I think this might have been my first consultant retainer assignment. Wasn't fully aware of all the ins and outs of what required for the city. So relied on Steve and Shelley to help. So once it got escalated, things moved really quickly.
Did Mr. Ferguson think that you were the one responsible for getting this out to SEMA?
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Steve. I mean, Dave.
Fair enough. Registrar, you can close this down. Could you take us to OD 7, image 2669? And so, Mr. Cooper, you'll see that on July 8th, 2015, you sent Mr. Malone the purchase order for the 2015 SEMA report. And you highlight a couple of items. So the second point down in this email, I'd like to see this review be an extension of the link review study limits. The 2 reviews should touch at the top of the hill. This will eliminate any gaps. I think that is what you were referenced earlier today. Why did you want the 2 reviews to touch?
To have a complete analysis of the entire Parkway limits that the city of Hamilton owned. So touch from MTO QEW to MTO Highway 403. And so when something is complete like that, there's not, you know, another report that has to come out to look at the small gap that was in between.
And did you make that request of Mr. Malone at the direction of one of your supervisors or on your own initiative?
Oh, on my own initiative.
So a little bit further down, the 4th point down, you asked Mr. Malone if there is merit to comparing the Link Red Hill Valley Parkway safety performance against other similar facilities in the area. Do you recall making that request?
Yeah.
And then you list a number of highways as potential comparisons. Why did you view these roadways as similar to the Red Hill Valley Parkway or Link?
They have similar speed, and mostly, you know, for the reasons that I attached in there. You know, the 403 is a hill within the city limits, so it's curvy linear. 406 the same speed with reduced posted speed, and also in an urban setting through St. Catharines. The Don Valley Parkway, City of Toronto Parkway with the tightly spaced interchanges, and then Highway 785 through Conestoga. It's an urban high-speed facility, but it's also curvy linear. So they're very like facilities that may help provide insight into what is expected or what others are operating like.
And you list these as comparators for the Link or Red Hill. Are there certain of these roads that you consider more similar to the Link versus more similar to the Red Hill?
I guess the curvy linear would be more situated for the Red Hill.
Okay.
The Link is just a straight shot.
Understood. Registrar, you can close this down, and if you could take us to the next paragraph. So image 26 at paragraph 71. And you will have to go over onto the next image. Thank you. So this is Mr. Malone's response to your email. And you'll see the second paragraph from the end of his email. He circles back to your question about the comparison of other facilities. Sorry. Let's give the registrar a moment. Thank you. A comparison to performance of other facilities is more challenging. He says, we attempted this in the link study, but we're not able to source adequate comparison readily. We tried, but could not find publicly available data on the comparators you suggested. We could dig deeper, but it would mean communicating with other jurisdictions and possibly getting data from them so we can use to build statistics ourselves. That can be a significant exercise. We did not account for that in our scope or costs. Do you want me to work on costing for that effort? Do you recall what the outcome of that was? Did you ask Mr. Malone to work on costing for that effort?
No, did I not respond to this email?
I do not have the response readily available. There is a later response, but it doesn't cover off the comparison or the comparators question.
No, I don't recall specifics, but in looking at this, budget would have been a concern. Just and then the delays to get an answer. So more than likely would have had a discussion with Mr. Malone to determine if he felt that the review could still continue without this type of information.
Would you have escalated this question about whether to cost the work to Mr. Ferguson or Mr. White?
More than likely, I would have had discussions with one of them too. However, if the cost of this being a roster assignment, there is a max limit that you could go through roster without doing a competitive bid. So if that potentially would have went over, then we wouldn't have been able to directly award SEMA. There would have been a competitive bid that would have delayed the project even further.
Was there concern about delaying this project?
Yes.
What was the basis of that concern?
Just the council request to have responses by a certain timeframe, and also with all the media attention, it there would have been a review to determine does this information provide that much more value to potentially delaying the review.
Okay. Registrar, could you take us to OD7 image 24, paragraphs 63 and 64? So on June 28th, 2015, Mr. Ferguson emails Mr. White, Mr. Mader, and Mr. Malone, and you're not copied on this email. And he writes, Jen's FYI looks like another crossover collision on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, south of King. On July 7th, Mr. Ferguson sends another email to that group, and he advises that there's been another collision, same location as last week. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can take us to Mr. White's response at paragraph 65. So Mr. White responds, and there's a reference to you in this email. He says, Dave, as soon as I get back, let's meet you, Jay, which I think is a reference to you, Mr. Warren. Is that fair?
Yeah, I would assume.
Jay and Cooper to go over report and pick a path. Okay. We will have to decide what we need to do and how. Then we will advise Jeff and John, and we will go from there. If the press asks anything, go through Kelly and just say we are working on analysis now and don't have the final report, which we don't. Let me know if further incidents occur. We need to action this as quickly as we can. Please have your review of report and recommendations ready for me next week. And if you could close this, Registrar. And then the next paragraph down, 66. You'll see that Ms. Aquila sends a calendar invitation to Mr. White, Mr. Ferguson, you, and Mr. Cooper for a meeting titled Red Hill Valley Parkway Collisions, scheduled for July 13th, 2015. Do you remember attending a meeting on July 13th, 2015 about the Red Hill Valley Parkway collisions?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall if Mr. White expressed any urgency for the completion of the 2015 SEMA report in and around July 2015?
Vaguely.
What do you recall about it?
I just, the buzz of, you know, the report needed to be completed.
The buzz. What
Like,
is that?
like it, I mean, nothing specific. It wasn't, you know, standing there outside the bathroom on this day that, you know, he said this. No, it was just a communicated insight that we need to get this report done.
A communicated insight. Who was that communication coming from?
Again, it was just out there. It was known. It was coming from all directions.
It's something that was known in traffic operations and engineering.
I would say that that is a fair answer.
Okay. So this may assist you a bit. Registrar, can you take us to OD7 image 29 at paragraph 79 to 80? So on July 14th, 2015, Mr. Malone writes to you regarding the anticipated timeline for the completion of the 2015 SEMA report. And he says that SEMA is reallocating resources to expedite the review. And later on, he goes on to say, we will, of course, accelerate things as quickly as we can, recognizing the urgency of the request. Had you communicated with SEMA that the request and the completion of the 2015 report was urgent?
Yeah.
Had you done that on your own initiative or on the direction from one of your supervisors?
I don't recall.
And so you'll see at paragraph 80 there that you respond and thank Mr. Malone for making the report a priority. And he goes on to say, I fully understand the importance of this issue for the city and are working as quickly as we can to provide input. Does that help to assist you with your recollection about why the completion of this report was urgent?
No.
Do you know what you had communicated to Mr. Malone about the urgency of the report?
No.
Registrar, can you take us to OD7 image 30, paragraph 81? So you'll see Mr. White also sends an email to Mr. Malone about the 2015 report. And he says, thanks, Brian, appreciate it. After two separate additional serious collisions today, one at King Ramp and one at Barton, see attached reports and links to photos, I anticipate some greater pressure for us to respond to the need to do something, in quotes. The draft report for the link and the soon to be completed Red Hill Valley Parkway safety review will be essential to this process. Thanks again for recognizing the urgency. Does that assist you at all with your recollection about why there was such urgency around this report?
No.
When Mr. White says, I anticipate some greater pressure for us to respond to the need to do something, do you have any sense of who that greater pressure was coming from?
Residents, council, media.
Registrar, you can close this out. Thank you. If you can take us to OD7, image 40 at paragraph 122. So on September 6, 2015, Mr. Bottassini of SEMA sends a draft of the 2015 SEMA report to Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Cooper, and you. Do you recall receiving this report on September 6th?
Not on September 6th, 2015. I don't recall, but I recall receiving the report.
Did you review the draft of the 2015 SEMA report?
Yes.
Thank you, Registrar. You can close this down. And if you could take us to OD7, image 42, paragraph 129. And call out Mr. Ferguson's email there. So on September 9th, 2015, Mr. Ferguson sends Mr. White, copying you and Mr. Cooper and Ms. Aquila, a draft report for the Public Works Committee, summarizing the 2015 SEMA report and the 2015 SEMA link report. Do you recall being copied on this email?
I don't recall, no.
Do you recall this email exchange?
No.
What was your role in preparing the draft report on the 2015 SEMA and SEMA link report?
To have to develop a first draft with Steve that Dave and Martin could review and provide revisions to.
So would you have reviewed it before it went to Mr. White?
Steve and I would have more than likely worked on it together.
Okay. And you would have provided feedback to Mr. Cooper on the draft?
Yeah, it would have been a collaborative approach to what is needed.
When you were drafting the staff report, was it your expectation that the 2015 SEMA report would be appended to it when it went to council or the Public Works Committee? Apologies.
No, not that I recall.
Why not?
Sorry, why don't I recall?
No, why would you not think that it would be appended?
I didn't know when or when not the consultant reports got attached.
Was it a practice in the Public Works Department or in your group to attach staff reports to staff reports?
I'd only been there 9 months. It's not a practice at that point for me. I would have been following the guidance of staff that had been there for several years, like Cooper or Dave or Martin.
And did anyone advise you of a practice as to whether or not consultant reports were generally appended?
No, I would have just asked or just assumed that if it was needed to be attached, it would have gotten attached.
Okay. And who would you assume would make the determination as to whether or not it needed to be attached?
Martin?
So Mr. Ferguson says in his email here at point 2, I've identified in the recommendations that specific departments that would be responsible for action. However, I have not yet circulated to the various departments as I wanted you to review first in case you felt this would cause some issue. Do you have any sense as to why assigning recommendations to specific departments would have caused an issue?
They, how do I say this? It was more from a relationship building perspective, and to ensure that, because it wasn't normal, it wasn't it hadn't been done in the past reports that had been submitted. So this would be something different. And by assigning names, you were assigning responsibility. So assigning responsibility could be perceived by some as confrontational, and we didn't want that to. The angle wasn't to go at it from that standpoint. The angle was to share with council that all of these items, even though the report is coming from traffic engineering, is not the responsibility of traffic engineering. We were trying to share to council that other sections within the city have a responsibility to help improve the operations of the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the link. That was it. So we didn't want those two concepts to be misconstrued by others.
I understand from that answer that this was a departure from the regular practice that you were following because you wanted it to be clear which Public Works Department was responsible for each of these recommendations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Registrar, can you take this down and take us to OD7 image 42 at paragraph 130? So these are the recommendations from the draft staff report.
Okay.
Could you take a look at these and let me know if you have any concerns about the assignment of these specific recommendations to the Public Works Department that they've been given to?
No.
No, you don't have any concerns because you were involved in the drafting.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have any concerns. I'm not saying no, I won't review them.
Yes, thank you. Registrar, you can close this out. And if you could take us to OD7 image 45 at paragraph 132. And if you, yes, that's the one. Thank you. If you could call out the September 2nd, 2015 email from Mr. Ferguson to Mr. Moore. So Mr. Warren, you're not copied on this email exchange, just for your reference. On September 22nd, 2015, Mr. Ferguson emails Mr. Malone under the subject line Red Hill Valley Parkway link report. And he sends him the recommendations from the report that we were just looking at that have been directed to engineering services. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Ferguson about his plan to do that?
Not that I recall.
Registrar, could you move this call out over so that it's directly in front of the report and call out Mr. Moore's response on the next page side by side? Yes, 134, thank you. So Mr. Moore responds to Mr. Ferguson.
Am I copied on this?
You're not copied on it. And he says, Dave, sorry, I wasn't aware. And he goes on to say, you can take engineering services off every line. We don't do investigations, we do programming, design, and tender and construction supervision. And so recognizing that you are not copied on this email exchange, what was your understanding of engineering services responsibilities as of September 2015?
To complete programming, design, tender, and construction supervision.
Was engineering services responsible for investigations?
I would include investigations as part of programming to develop a robust program. One would need to know and investigate which areas of whatever is more critical than another to provide the best value to taxpayers.
In and around September 2015, were you aware that there were discussions about who would be tasked with implementing the recommendations from the 2015 SEMA report?
Yes.
Did Mr. Ferguson or Mr. White, who's also on this email exchange or it's forwarded to him, advise you that Mr. Moore disagreed with the assignment of the recommendations that are listed in Mr. Ferguson's email to engineering services?
Not specifically.
Were you aware that engineering services or Mr. Moore had concerns about the recommendations that had been assigned to them?
I believe I was aware.
Do you recall how you became aware?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
What were you told about engineering services position on these recommendations?
Just that they disagreed with having their names associated with it.
So you'll see in Mr. Moore's email at point number 2, he says, what is friction testing going to tell you if you don't have anything to compare it to? There's no provincial database or guideline. The MTO will never discuss this with you because it opens up an entire line of liability on every road. Were you ever advised about Mr. Moore's comments on friction testing?
No, not specifically.
Okay. Did you ever hear Mr. Moore make similar comments about friction testing? So outside of this email, but in other meetings or discussions?
I'm not sure if it was Mr. Moore, but I do remember hearing these that general context of point two.
Do you recall who you heard it from?
No, I'm sorry.
Do you recall anything about the context in which you heard it?
No, I'm sorry.
So this is September 2015, and just referring you back to the information update that you had completed that referenced your group speaking to construction engineering about friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. At this point in time, did you have any knowledge as to whether or not friction testing had ever been conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Mr. Moore says at point 4, we have said over and over, illumination on the Red Hill or link is never going to happen, so stop asking. The approval was based on no illumination for environmental reasons. It is unaffordable, unsustainable, and unnecessary. It would be an $8 to $12 million project, plus protection, barriers, guide rail, and then the maintenance costs. Were you advised of Mr. Moore's comments or position on lighting the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, not specifically.
Okay. Had you heard Mr. Moore make comments of this nature about lighting on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Same response as number 2.
The same response as number 2. You'll have to refresh my memory.
Sorry, I don't recall whether it was him that said that, but over time it became understood that point 4 was a position of traffic or of construction engineering or engineering services.
Did you have any knowledge about the environmental approval for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and whether or not it addressed lighting?
Did I have any knowledge?
Yes.
No, I didn't have any knowledge at this time.
Did you later acquire knowledge?
Yeah, over time it became known.
What became known?
Point 4.
It became known that the
To me.
Sorry, so when you say it became known, are you referring to Mr. Moore's position here, or are you referring to the details of the environmental assessment?
The details of the environmental assessment.
Okay, so you came to learn that the environmental approval for the Red Hill Valley Parkway restricted lighting?
Yes, anecdotally.
Anecdotally.
I didn't research that on my own.
Okay.
It was shared with me.
Right, so you never saw the actual environmental assessment?
Correct.
Anecdotally, do you recall who those anecdotes came from?
No.
Would it have been someone within your group?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Registrar, you can close this down. If you could take us into OD 7, image 46, paragraph 139, please. So you'll see, thank you, Registrar. So the Registrar has called out the email for us. Mr. Moore, I'll wait until we have this up before I take you through it so you can read it. So on October 20th, 2015, Mr. Malone, Mr. Bottassini, Mr. Hawash from SEMA met with Mr. Moore, Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. White to discuss the 2015 SEMA report and the 2015 SEMA link report. Were you aware of this meeting?
Not that I recall.
Do you know why you wouldn't have been invited to attend?
I would have assumed because my level of involvement in decision-making wasn't important. And I didn't have the responsibility to complete the report.
Okay. After this meeting, did Mr. White, Mr. Ferguson, or Mr. Lepton update you about discussions at the meeting?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever receive any information about what was discussed at the October 20th meeting?
Not that I recall.
So there's a reference in the notes of that meeting, which is point 2 on the screen, that says Mr. Moore stated that friction testing was conducted recently following standards and resulted satisfactory. Were you ever advised, or did you ever come to learn that Mr. Moore had advised SEMA or members of your group that friction testing results had been conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the standards resulted satisfactory?
I became aware.
How did you become aware of that?
I don't recall.
Would it have been through a member of your group?
Potentially from Mr. Moore.
From Mr. Moore. Did you have discussions with Mr. Moore about friction testing on the Red Hill?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall the context in which you became aware that friction testing had been conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the results were satisfactory?
No, sorry.
On learning that friction testing had been conducted and the results were satisfactory, did you ever reach out to Mr. Moore Engineering Services to see if you could acquire the friction testing results?
Yeah, it was brought to my attention that we should have that report or that study. And so I reached out to someone within engineering services. I'm sorry, I don't recall who. And it was advised to me that I didn't need it. And they weren't going to share it.
That you didn't need it. Was there any further information provided to you about why you didn't need it?
Not that I recall. I did from there. I advised Dave Ferguson and Martin White and asked them to see if they could obtain a copy of the report.
Okay. And what was the outcome of that?
From what I recall, we never did receive a copy of the report.
So I'm going to circle back a little bit on your answer there. So I think that you said that you became aware that the friction testing results were something that your group would want. How did that happen?
Sorry, what do you mean by how did it happen?
Right. I think you were directed. I think you said that you were directed to reach out for the friction testing results. Is that right?
Yes.
Who directed you to do that?
It would have been Dave or Martin.
Okay. Do you recall when?
No. See, I mean, I'm trying to follow the dates that you're showing there, and like this is moving quick. I'm still not there a year. Everything's moving quick. There's the link report, the 2015 SEMA, the 2013 SEMA, information updates. Now this report update, they're all overlapping as well. So it's creating confusion on where everything was. So now to look back on it 7 years later, you know, over this time, you know, this work was being done. We were trying to find out this information. I can't pinpoint if it was before or after, you know, this date or this date. I'm sorry for that.
No, that's fair enough. Let's try with some bigger markers. So you're working on the completion of the 2015 SEMA report. Do you recall if when you made the request, the report, like the 2015 SEMA report, had been finalized?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
So you were directed by possibly Martin or Mr. Ferguson to reach out for these friction testing results. Were you told why your group was interested in the results?
No, I assumed because of the wet weather collisions.
If your group had been able to acquire the friction testing results, what do you expect that you could have done with them?
We would have provided them to SEMA to analyze.
Okay. In connection with the 2015 report or as a separate request?
I assume during the 2015 report.
You said that you reached out to someone in engineering services and were told that you didn't meet the results.
Mm-hmm.
That person, do you recall if it was Mr. Moore?
No, sorry, I don't recall. I don't believe I would have reached out directly to a director.
Okay.
So that's why I don't recall who I would have reached out to.
Do you recall if there were people within engineering services that you interacted with on a regular basis?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't remember all their names, and I'm not sure I knew all their names at the time as well. Faces, yes, but
Okay. Can you tell me any of the names that you do remember?
I remember dealing with Rick Andoga a lot.
Okay.
I don't know, Rick's the only one that stands out.
Did you make the request to Mr. Andoga?
I don't recall whether I did or not. I'm sorry.
And you said you were told that you didn't need the friction testing results. Was that you specifically, or traffic engineering and operations didn't need them?
Oh, traffic operations engineering, not me, no.
Okay.
Just one sec. Are we gonna break shortly?
I believe that we are taking the lunch today at 12 p.m. Mr. Mishra, is that correct? I think it was at the city's request.
That's our intention. But I want to ask, could the registrar please put down these, or take down what's on the screen? So, Mr. Warren, if you're requesting a break, we can certainly accommodate that for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I need a 5-minute break to go to the washroom.
I think you're entitled to it. Let's take a 5-minute break and come back just a little after 11:45.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you. So Mr. Warren, just before we took our break, we were talking about the request that you had made to engineering services for friction testing results. And I believe you had said that after you received a response indicating that your group didn't need the results, you escalated it to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White. Is that right?
Correct.
To your knowledge, did Mr. White or Mr. Ferguson ever reach out to traffic engineering or to engineering services, my apologies, to request the friction testing results?
I recall that they did.
Okay. Do you recall what response they received?
Not specifically.
Did your group ever receive the friction testing results?
I don't recall we ever did.
Did you ever see friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
To your knowledge, did Mr. White or Mr. Ferguson ever escalate the request for friction testing results and engineering's response to it to Mr. Lupton or Mr. Mader?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to OD 7, image 50 at paragraph 153, please? So, Mr. Warren, this is another exchange that you're not copied on, and I just want to get a sense of whether or not you had any involvement with it. Registrar, thank you. So on October 29th, Mr. Moore sent his comments to Mr. Ferguson on the 2015 SEMA report. Were you ever advised that Mr. Moore had made comments on the 2015 SEMA report?
I believe so.
Did you see a copy of those comments? It's a PDF with sticky notes on it.
I don't recall.
Okay. What were you told about the nature of the comments that Mr. Moore had made on the 2015 SEMA report?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
Just before we close this off, Registrar, could you pull up HAM 690 in the native version? Mr. Warren, I just want to show you a copy of the comments to see if it refreshes your memory as to whether or not you ever saw them. Thank you, Registrar. And Mr. Warren, I'll take us to a page where there are comments. Registrar, could you take us to image 41, please?
I'm sorry, these are Mr. Moore's comments?
These are Mr. Moore's comments on the 2015 SEMA report. So this is a comment that he makes on the section under perform friction testing, where he struck out the section and left a comment there. Can you just take a look at that and let me know if you ever saw this copy of the report or Mr. Moore's comments?
Sorry, I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Okay. Mr. Moore states in his comment, the reason for the strikeout, there is no basis, nothing to compare, and no other agency in Ontario, including the MTO, doing this. It means absolutely nothing except proving potential exposure to legal actions and confusion. Did you ever hear Mr. Moore make comments about friction testing along those lines?
Over time, yes.
In what context?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the context. Maybe it was in a meeting. Yeah.
Did it occur on more than one occasion?
I'm sorry, I can't pinpoint, how many. It was more than once.
Did you hear him make these comments after you were aware that friction testing had been conducted and engineering services had declined to provide you with the results?
So I'm sorry, I don't know the exact, time frame.
Yeah, Registrar, you can take down these comments. Thank you. And if you could pull up HAM 24700 and split screen it with HAM 24702, please. Thank you. This is the final version of the December 7th, 2015 recommendation report that covers the 2015 SEMA Link and SEMA Red Hill Valley Parkway report. Were you involved in drafting this report?
I was involved in drafting.
Okay. Do you recall if you reviewed a final version of the report?
I did not review a final version.
You'll see, Registrar, if you can highlight B on image 1 there, that the design with request to the medium and long-term items in the report. So you'll see that the recommendations state that the design with request to the medium and long-term items in the report as Appendix B, so Appendix B is what I have up on the other screen there for you, be deferred pending the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan TMP update. Registrar, you can close that out, thank you. And then you'll see on Appendix B, it lists a number of medium-term and short-term and long-term options, including conducting friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Do you recall any discussions about the decision to defer the medium and long-term options pending the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall any discussions about why friction testing specifically was listed as a medium-term option?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall any discussions about deferring friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway pending the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan?
No, sorry, I don't recall.
You can close this down, Registrar, thank you. Registrar, if you could please take us to OD 7, image 74, paragraph 233. Sorry, can you close the call out for a moment and open up image 73 as well, just to orient Mr. Warren. Thank you. So Mr. Warren, on December 7th, 2015, there's a Public Works Committee meeting at which that staff report that we were just looking at is presented. Do you recall if you attended that Public Works Committee meeting?
No, I don't recall.
Okay.
I assume I would have. If I was working that day, there's a good chance I would have.
Okay, so there's a chance that you were in attendance. Registrar, could you please call out paragraphs 233 and 234 on image 74? So, Mr. Warren, at this meeting, Councillor Marula asks Mr. Moore, who was present, to elaborate on the quality of the asphalt used, asking whether the city used low-grade asphalt in comparison to that used by the MTO in constructing the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Mr. Moore replied that the city had used SMA in the construction of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, which was the MTO's top mix for high-speed freeway-type roadways. Mr. Moore informed the Public Works Committee that the MTO had performed initial friction testing and received results at or above what the MTO typically expected from high-grade friction mixes. He also informed the Public Works Committee that they had performed subsequent testing 5 years after, in approximately 2012 to 2013, finding that the road was holding up exceptionally well. He stated, "We have no concerns about the surface mix." Do you remember Mr. Moore making those comments at the Public Works Committee meeting?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Do you recall discussions within your group, so between yourself, Mr. Cooper, Mr. White, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Lefton, Mr. Mader, about Mr. Moore's response to these questions from Councillor Marula?
No, I don't recall anything.
Do you recall anyone asking you to follow up on Mr. Moore's statements about friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway following this meeting?
No.
The request that we were talking about that you made to engineering services for friction testing results, do you have any sense as to whether or not it occurred before or after this meeting on December 7th, 2015?
Before.
It occurred before. So it was before the report on the 2015 SEMA report went to council? Went to the Public Works Committee, I'm sorry.
Yes. With understanding this now.
Okay. Does this help to give you any more context or refresh your memory about that request that you made to engineering services for the friction testing results?
No, no more specifics, just that it happened before this.
So at the time of this meeting, you were already aware that there had been friction testing conducted on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Sorry.
Because you had previously made a request for the friction testing results, would it be fair to assume that when Mr. Moore made these comments, you were aware that there had already been friction testing done on the Red Hill as of December 7th, 2015?
No. Because they didn't share it. So
They didn't share it. So you hadn't seen the results, but you were aware that engineering services had results.
Correct. Sorry. Yes.
After this meeting, do you recall reaching out to engineering services to ask them for friction testing results?
No.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Lepton, Mr. Moore, or Mr. Matter, not Mr. Moore, or anyone else in your group reached out to engineering services to request the friction testing results after Mr. Moore made these comments?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this out. Thank you. I see that it is noon, and I understand that we do have a hard stop today. I think I have maybe 10 more minutes of questioning.
Okay. Again, if Registrar could put that down. Is Ms. Contractor on the line?
I think Mr. Mishra is here for the city today.
Right, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, Mr. Mishra, do you have any issue with continuing for 10 minutes? If you do, and let me say there's no pressure. If you do, then we can take our lunch break at the present time.
I say, yeah, it would be actually of assistance if we could take our lunch break now and continue afterwards.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank
Then let's take a break and we'll return at 1:15.
Thank you.
Before we do take our break, should council caucus for a few minutes, Ms. Bruckner? With
That would be
respect to-
perfect.
Okay, so I'll ask the registrar to put council in a breakout room for 2 minutes.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Mr. Warren, before we went for our lunch break, we were talking about the request that you had made to someone in engineering services for friction testing results, which was denied. I would like to try and refresh your memory a little bit about who was in engineering services at the time that you think you would have made that request. Registrar, could you take us to RHB 679 and pull up image 133, please? So for your reference, Mr. Warren, this is a public works structure chart from March 2015 for the engineering service division. And this is I believe the highest level. So it lists Mr. Moore as the director, Diana Cameron, who is his administrative assistant, Mr. Andoga, who I believe you referenced that you had worked with on occasion when you were with the city. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. An individual named Jerry Parasato, who's manager construction, Susan Jacob, who's manager of design, and Gord McGuire, who's manager of geomatics and corridor management. Did you speak to any of these individuals listed here about friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
And not that I can pinpoint.
Okay. Are any of these individuals the person that you made the request to?
Not that I can pinpoint.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to image 134? So this is, I'm just going to go through each of the engineering services departments for you as it lists additional individuals on these separate sections. So this is asset management, which was under Rick Andoga. And you'll see his administrative secretary is Lisa Castronovo. Did you request the friction testing results from Lisa?
No, definitely not.
Okay. The project manager, infrastructure management systems is Arena, and I am not going to pronounce this correctly, Cispanic. Did you request the friction testing results from her?
The name's not sounding familiar.
Okay. So unlikely that you requested the friction testing results from her?
Unlikely.
Okay. The senior project manager, infrastructure surface programming, is also listed as Mr. Andoga. So he must have been acting manager and also in his role as senior project manager, but we have covered him off. The acting senior project manager infrastructure program underground is Harry Kerness. Did you request the friction testing results from Mr. Kerness?
No.
Okay. Of the individuals you see here listed under asset management, did you work with any of them on a regular basis aside from Mr. Andoga?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Registrar, could you please take us to image 135, please? So this is the breakdown for construction, which is also an engineering services department. And so we have spoken already about Mr. Parasato. His administrative secretary was Amy Grulot. Did you request the friction testing results from Ms. Grulot?
No.
The senior project manager construction management is Mr. Marco Odi. I believe it might be, sorry, did you request the friction testing results from Mr. Odi?
Nope.
You specifically recall that it wasn't Mr. Odi?
I recall it wasn't anyone from construction.
Okay, so it wouldn't have been Mr. Eric Merlos though there either?
No.
Okay. So we looked at asset management. Do you have a recollection as to whether or not it was someone from asset management?
Potentially. I didn't, org charts weren't available, so to actually know where everyone sat wasn't always good or easy to find out and self-learn. But it potentially could have, or it could have been in someone in Susan Jacobs' group.
Okay, but you're fairly confident we can rule out construction?
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to image 136? So you said it could be someone in Ms. Jacobs' group. So Ms. Jacob is in charge of design at this point. And her administrative secretary is listed as Kathy Bujeski. Did you request the results from Ms. Bujeski?
No.
And the senior project manager of design services is Chris McCafferty. Did you request the friction testing results from Mr. McCafferty?
Potentially.
Okay, so you don't have a recollection whether or not you requested them from him?
No.
Okay, did you work with Mr. McCafferty?
Yeah, from time to time.
Okay.
Yep.
Registrar, could you please take us to 136? So this is Manager Geomatics Corridor Management under Gord McGuire. The Property Administration Clerk in this group is Lana Burley. Did you request the friction testing results from her?
No, it wasn't anyone from Gord's group.
Okay, so we can rule out Stella Jordan or Iordan. I'm not sure which is correct there. Al Little.
Correct.
Okay, and we can rule out Dave Lamont.
Correct.
Gary Kirchnoff.
Correct.
And Charlie Laricella.
Correct.
I know that there were a couple of other individuals that worked with or were in engineering services around this time. One was Mike Field. Do you know if you worked with Mr. Field or requested the friction testing results from him?
No, I didn't request from him.
Okay. And you specifically recall that it wouldn't have been Mr. Field?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Another individual that's involved in engineering services is Mike Beck. Do you recall if you requested the friction testing results from Mike Beck?
Potentially.
Did you work with Mr. Beck on a fairly regular basis?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions around the structure chart. So Registrar, you can take that down for us. Registrar, could you take us to HAM 888, please? So this is a calendar invitation that is circulated from Mr. Mader for a meeting that occurs on May 1st, 2017. You are copied, as are a number of other individuals. Registrar, could you call out the two there, just so that's a little bit easier to read? Mr. Warren, can you just review the attendees there and let me know when you're done?
Yep.
Perfect. Do you recall this May 1st meeting?
Yep.
Okay. What was the purpose of the meeting?
To go over all the historical reports, studies, motions, and bring everyone up to speed.
Can you describe the meeting generally for me?
What do you mean by that?
What happened at the meeting?
I led everyone through a historical process of all the different motions and reports and studies. I gave a brief synopsis of each one, really high level. There was some discussions about next steps or how to move forward collectively as PW.
Okay. What was the tone of the meeting?
Open collaboration.
Open collaboration. What does that mean in terms of the tone or demeanor of the individuals at the meeting?
The demeanor? I think a bit stressful.
Stressful in terms of people at the meeting were showing signs of stress, or there was?
Yeah, like if you were, they weren't happy, they weren't mean, but somewhere in the middle, but more so towards the stressful side, just because everyone's trying to figure out what's all been going on and how to put their best step forward.
Okay. Were some individuals, well, you said some individuals were not happy. Are those particular individuals, or is that a general commentary on all of the attendees?
I think it was more so Gary and John. They're both the figureheads that needed to collaborate to get everything done.
Okay. Do you recall discussions that occurred between Mr. Moore and Mr. Mader, or what they were unhappy about or not happy about? Sorry to use your exact terminology.
I think it was just in general, the trying to figure out how both groups could collaborate together and have the same vision.
And I know you had said that there were the visions of your group and Mr. Moore's group were in conflict at times. Was this one of those instances?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall what the specific areas of conflict were at this meeting?
More so in theories or philosophies. We had just implemented a Vision Zero platform. So, you know, striving for 0 deaths and 0 serious injuries. And that is a collective effort between engineering, police, education, enforcement, and a bunch of things. And but it's not putting it's saying that road engineering has some responsibility in addressing how to make the roads safer.
Okay. And did engineering services disagree with the Vision Zero approach that your group was promoting?
I wouldn't say they disagreed. It was new to them, so
Okay.
they were learning. It's new to it's a newer concept to Ontario. So it's everyone learning together and trying to find that happy balance to take that next step.
Practically, did looking at things through a Vision Zero scope change the way that your group looked at recommendations and steps to be taken on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Yeah.
In what ways?
We looked at, looking at not necessarily reducing all collisions, but looking at the focus on how to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries.
And at this time, so that's May 1st, 2017, were there specific items that you had in mind that you thought would achieve that end on the Red Hill?
Oh, I was more administrative through this process at that meeting. I was just asked to collect some information, put some slides together, and then walk people through the slides. I wasn't there as a technical person or to seek a resolution. That wasn't my role at this meeting.
Understood, but did your group, so not just you, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White, Mr. Mader, Mr. Lupton, have particular countermeasures or items that they thought, if implemented on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, would meet the goals of the Vision Zero program in May 2017?
I'm not sure that this meeting was specifically for that. I'm sure there were some.
Do you remember what they were? I know there's
not specifically.
Do you recall discussions around median barriers or guide rails on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Not specifically for this meeting. It was we were discussing it at length at this time, in early 2017.
And that was in connection with the planned repave of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Yeah.
It was something that your group thought should be included in the scope of the repaving?
It wasn't from our group. It was through the recommendations of the Seaman reports.
And I believe that I've seen some email exchanges where your group was putting that scope to engineering services. Is that right?
Yeah.
Do you recall what engineering services did in response to the suggestion that median barriers or guide rails should be included in the scope of the repave?
They held some meetings, to collectively understand and to look at where the priority areas were. Barriers would be a costly item. And from what I can recall, the budget that was planned for this work, that would create significant impacts to it. So trying to work together to resolve how best to move forward.
And just to circle back on that quickly, and you may have already answered this, but the idea of guide rails or median barriers on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, is that something that you or members of your group considered in line with the Vision Zero philosophy?
Yeah.
Why?
The serious injuries and fatalities occurred more often when vehicles crossed the median. So when crossing the median, if you can prevent that, then essentially you've eliminated that from occurring. Now, there are disadvantages to that where there could be more injuries or property damage from a barrier wall of vehicles just going off and hitting it because it's in the clear zone or the within the right of way that a vehicle could travel. But you would ultimately prevent a vehicle from crossing the median.
Okay, understood. And are there certain types of barriers or guide rails that are designed to minimize the property damage or the potential that a car could go backwards into the lane that it was in the process of leaving when it hit the barrier?
Yeah, I'm not an expert in that, but I do understand that, yes, there is various applications depending on the road geometrics that certain barriers work better in certain situations.
Thank you. And I know I have taken us a bit off track. So returning to the May 1st, 2017 meeting, Registrar, could you take this down and bring up HAM 889? So just to assist you, Mr. Warren, there's also an agenda for this meeting that's circulated with the calendar invitation. And there are a number of items listed there. And number 4 is friction testing results.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall if there were discussions about friction testing results at the May 1st meeting?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Do you recall if anyone asked Mr. Moore for friction testing results from the Red Hill Valley Parkway at this meeting?
I don't recall.
Registrar, you can take this down, and if you can bring up HAM 25976 for us, please. Mr. Warren, I believe this is the PowerPoint presentation that you indicated that you prepared. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you took the other attendees at the meeting through this PowerPoint presentation?
Yep.
What process did you follow in collecting the information for and putting together this PowerPoint presentation?
Scavenger hunt, really. It was, researching back online through the clerk's office, what's been done. It was asking colleagues for information and just trying to grab, really just a snippet of what's been done.
And when you say going through the clerk's office, is that in reference to acquiring staff reports?
Yeah, they're online. I'm not sure if it's an internal link or an external link.
Was there any other information other than staff reports that you would have been speaking to the clerks about?
I don't believe so. This was put together pretty quickly.
How much time did you have to put it together?
I believe, I recall I did it over a weekend.
Oh, okay. Why? How did that come about?
I don't recall whether it was given to me last minute or whether I didn't have, whether I had conflicting deadlines or what have you. I just remember doing it over the weekend.
Fair enough. Did you work with Mr. Ferguson or Mr. Cooper in putting together this presentation?
I'm sure I reached out to them to find some information.
Okay. But the primary responsibility for actually compiling it was with you?
Yeah.
Registrar, could you please take us to image 9? And if you could call that out so it's a little bit more legible, please. Thank you. So you'll see, Mr. Warren, this is a PowerPoint slide about the improvements, the improvements further to the 2013 SEMA report and the staff report on that SEMA report. And you'll see the list of the countermeasures here.
Yep.
And the top line there says friction testing, and it's marked as completed. Why is friction testing marked as completed here?
I believe that that status was based on 2017, at the time of the meeting. So we would have heard from Gary at that council presentation that friction testing was done.
So this would have been based on Mr. Moore's statements at the December 2015 Public Works Committee meeting?
Yeah, or any other discussions that they would have had through the various, meetings that Gary had with Martin White and John and Dave.
So it was based on a representation from Mr. Moore that the friction testing had been completed?
Yeah.
And at this point in time, May 1st, 2017, had you ever seen the results of any friction testing for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
To your knowledge, had anyone in your group received the results of any friction testing from the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to image 18, please? And call that out as well. Thank you. So this is a similar slide that covers off the countermeasures from the 2015 SEMA report. And you'll see again at the top there, friction testing is listed as completed further to the 2015 SEMA report as well. What was the basis for the inclusion of that information?
Same. That Gary had indicated to council that friction testing had been done.
I know that in his statements to council that we looked at earlier today, he had indicated there was testing in 2007 and that there was testing 2012 to 2013, I believe is what he says to council. Yeah. The 2015 SEMA report post dates that friction testing. Was it your understanding at this time that there had been subsequent friction testing conducted on the Red Hill aside from the 2007 or the 2012 to 2013 testing?
No. This was just, like I said, quickly done. It might be misleading looking back at it now, but it was just to say that friction testing was done.
And when you say it might be misleading, what do you mean by that?
Well, when you compare that first slide that you said, where it said it was done for 10,000, that was, based from a 2013-ish, and this is at the end of 2015. It appears that a second one was done, but that wasn't the indication. It was just to say that friction testing was done.
Right. So it was to say that friction testing was done, but to your knowledge, it was not completed at any point after 2015 or after the 2015 SEMA report was presented to the Public Works Committee?
Correct.
Okay. In your view, would friction testing from 2012 or 2013, if it existed, have fulfilled the recommendation for friction testing in the 2015 SEMA report?
I'm not experienced or educated enough to be able to answer whether that time frame of a study on friction would be relevant.
But this presentation suggests that there were two sets of testing done. So one further to the 2013 report and then another further to the 2015 report.
Yeah, but that's not how it was communicated. It was communicated that friction testing as a checkbox in general with the long list of outstanding business items, it was completed.
Okay, so when you say, so this is part of your presentation then when you're talking about this slide?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak to these slides or did someone else at the meeting speak to them?
I spoke to them.
Okay. Can you tell me what you said then about friction testing when you were giving this presentation? I know
I just said friction testing was done.
Okay. And did you make it clear that it was one instance or two instances, 2007, 2012, and 2013?
No, but my assumption, I only knew it was being done once.
Okay. And you expect that you would have communicated that in your presentation?
Potentially. I only knew it was being done once. I didn't know that there was maybe 2 or 3 times or twice with a request. And so my mindset would have just been that that's normal. It's been done.
Okay. And when you were talking about the friction testing results during this presentation, did you advise the group of attendees at this meeting that it was your understanding that Mr. Moore had the friction testing results?
No, I wasn't diving into these items to that degree. It was a high level to illustrate the progression of motion reports, technical studies done by consultants that were done over time, who the staff reports were the authors, because there were some authors by other sections as well. And just giving a high level snippet of the outstanding business list that still needed to be done. It wasn't diving into the details of this.
And when you, as you went through each of these slides, did other attendees at the meeting ask you questions about them?
They didn't ask me questions, they asked themselves questions and there was open discussion.
Okay, and so on the 2 slides that we've just looked at, was there, or do you recall if there was any open discussion about the conduct pavement friction testing recommendation there?
I don't recall. There was discussions ongoing, but I don't recall what specifically was being spoken to. I was just going through the slides and letting the senior management discuss amongst themselves as needed.
Okay. Registrar, could you please take us to image 31? So I believe you had referenced that there were a number of items on the outstanding business list. So this is the PowerPoint presentation slide that I believe covers those off. Was there a discussion about how to address each of these items efficiently at the meeting?
Yeah, there was discussions.
Was there a plan coming out of those discussions?
There was discussions. I don't think a plan was documented.
Do you recall anything else about the nature of the discussions around the OBL items?
No. Just that the goal of it was to come up with one front from Public Works and not worry about whether something was from traffic, forestry, construction, engineering services. It was this should be coming from Public Works and moving forward. And that was the common theme through the discussions.
So was there then an identified need to act more collaboratively going forward?
Yes, that was in the discussions.
Were there examples or did anyone raise issues at the meeting about circumstances prior to this meeting when there was a lack of collaboration between Public Works departments?
No, I think this was just the first step in that process though, to figure out how better to move ahead.
And just to cover this off, Mr. Warren, in your time at the city, Did you ever receive a copy of the trade wind report?
The what report?
Do you know what the trade wind report is?
Sorry, are you saying trade win or true win?
Trade wind.
No.
And you never saw any friction testing results for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
Registrar, could you take this down and take us to RHB 890? Mr. Warren, for your reference, this is an anonymous letter that is sent to the city's auditor in 2019. So you are gone from the city as of 2017, several years after your time, with a series of allegations in it, including some content or statements that are attributed to Gary Moore. Registrar, could you please take us to image 2 and call out the italicized text? So I'm not going to read them out, but there are a number of statements that are attributed to Mr. Moore. And I will give you a chance to review them and let me know when you've done that.
Sorry?
Let me know when you've had a chance to just read through those statements.
Okay.
Mr. Warren, at the May 1st, 2017 meeting that we were just talking about,
Yes.
did Mr. Moore make comments of this nature?
I don't recall.
Registrar, you can close that out. Those are all my questions for Mr. Warren today. I understand that Mr. Mishra, counsel for the city, has approximately 30 minutes of examination for Mr. Warren, and that the other participants will not have any questions for him.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bruckner. So, Mr. Mishra, it's over to you.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed, Mr. Mishra.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. So I just have a couple questions for you. I hope not to take the full 30 minutes that I had advised. First, I'd like to ask you some questions about the division of labor between some of the departments in Public Works. Now, Commission Council has asked you various questions about traffic engineering, which you were a member of in the 2015 time period, and asset management in engineering services. I just want to understand the difference between traffic engineering, which was in the energy, fleet, and traffic group, and asset management, which was in the engineering services section. Generally speaking, is it fair to say that traffic engineering and operations looked after the safety of the roadway and asset management looked at the durability of the roadway?
Yes.
Now, you've discussed at length with Commission Council the 2015 SEMA report. I want to ask you a few questions about the city's use of consultants and consultants' reports. Now, in 2015, was there a policy that you were aware of about city staff being required to provide a copy of a consultant's report to City Council along with the staff report?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. In the absence of any such policy, how would staff determine whether a copy of a given report needed to be provided to Council?
Based on what the superior is saying.
Okay. If a Public Works Committee member requested a copy of the underlying report, would staff be required to provide it?
I'm not sure if required, but chances are we would provide it. Okay.
So I want to take you to the council motion for the 2015 SEMA report. Now, Mr. Registrar, can you put up OD7 image 10, paragraph 29? Perfect, thank you. Now, if you look at the text starting with whereas, if you want to just read that and let me know when you've taken a look at that text.
Whereas,
Starting with whereas, the council motion, that's right.
okay,
We see here the wording directed staff to investigate additional safety measures for the Red Hill and the link. Commission Council has asked you a number of questions regarding the urgency of the 2015 SEMA review. Was this urgency related to the December 7th, 2015 date requested by Council?
yes,
Okay, thank you. And am I correct if we look at the bottom where it says therefore it be resolved and that section of the motion, am I correct that in response to this 2015 motion, the councillors were looking for staff's recommendation?
yes,
Perfect. We can take that down, please. When city staff ask for advice from consultant, do the city staff then rely on the consultant's expertise?
yes,
But am I right that city staff also sometimes have technical expertise depending on their position?
yes,
Do city staff sometimes have knowledge of additional factors that should be considered that a consultant just might not be aware of?
yes,
And those factors include things such as the historical background of a roadway, for example,
yep,
the budget,
yep,
prioritization of issues by the city,
yep,
schedule and capital plans.
yep,
And any or all of these may change a consultant's recommendation or may have an impact on a consultant's recommendation. Is that fair?
yeah, that's fair to say.
Okay. And would you expect that city staff, and particularly staff in leadership positions, would use their judgment in applying the advice that's contained in a consultant's report?
Yeah,
Okay. So changing gears a little bit, I want to talk about the 2013 SEMA report and some of the recommendations. You may recall that Commission Council asked you about the reference to friction testing and other countermeasures in the 2013 SEMA report and the associated staff report. I believe Commission Council took you to a table that showed, among other things for ramp 6, that there would be, quote, install high friction pavement approaching and through the curve in relation to the Mud Street interchange. And that's on ramp 6. Do you remember that?
yeah,
Okay. I'd like to take you back to the 2013 SEMA report. Mr. Registrar, do you mind calling up HAM 41871, please? And if we could jump to image 4, that would be great. So this is the 2013 SEMA report. And this is image 4. And if you can call out just that in the middle of the document where it says each of the tables, all the way down to the city is indicated. So just those 3 bullets. Perfect. So here it says that a short term was 0 to 5 years. Do you see that?
mm-hmm,
What did you understand SEMA to be recommending with respect to timing when it said ST?
short term,
And that would be between 0 to 5 years. Is that right?
yeah,
Okay. Can we go to now image 50 of this document? And if we can call out section 6.1.1. So if you want to just take a second to just review this passage and let me know when you have.
okay,
Now, if you look at the last sentence, it says, quote, the city could consider undertaking pavement friction testing on the asphalt to get a baseline friction coefficient for which to compare to design specifications. What did you understand SEMA to be recommending with respect to friction testing in the 2013 SEMA report when it said that city could consider it?
That it was something for the city to consider, just as it says. It wasn't they had to do it. It wasn't that they don't have to do it. It's something to consider at their, under their discretion.
No, thank you. And, if SEMA had viewed friction testing as something that was necessary or critical, would you have expected the SEMA to use stronger language in the text of its report?
Yes.
Okay. If we can go now to image 58 of this report. And again, if we can call out the section that's titled Install High Friction Pavement all the way down to the cost benefit ratio portion. Thank you. And if you want to just take a second to review this and let me know when you have.
Okay.
Now, if you look at the last sentence of the first section, it says the city could consider installing a HFS treatment on approach to and through the curve at the end of the ramp. Do you see that?
Yeah.
What did you understand SEMA to be recommending with respect to high friction pavement in the 2013 SEMA report? Again, when it said that the city could consider it.
To consider this as a potential measure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. Can you now move to back to image 5 at the top half of the page? And just call it, yes, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. Now, do you see the reference to friction testing in this chart?
Yep.
And the last column says ST. What does that mean?
Short term.
And what did this tell you about the timeline for SEMA's recommendation regarding friction testing?
It's 0 to 5 years.
Okay. And then if we can jump to image 7 and the bottom half of the page. And if we can just call out from ramp 6 downwards, that'd be perfect. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. So you'll see here that there's a number of recommendations that are listed, and there's associated time periods in the far right column. These actually, we looked at these specific potential countermeasures for ramp 6 in a document that Commission Council brought to you, and many of the status was blank in the version of the document that you had prepared. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Now looking at the far right column for the high friction pavement the countermeasure, what's the time period that is recommended?
Short term.
And what about for the installing progressively larger chevrons?
Short term.
The pavement marking text?
Short term.
And the dynamic variable speed warning signs?
Short term.
So is it fair to say that all of these were then meant to be done or recommended by SEMA to be done within 0 to 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to take you to HAM 56634. And if we can have both image 1 and image 2 on the screen, that would be great. So I believe Commission Council had taken you to this draft of the information update. This is the appendix to that you had prepared and worked on with Mr. Cooper.
Okay.
You'll see that there's various countermeasures that have been marked as complete with respect to the countermeasures noted in the 2013 SEMA report. Can you summarize just briefly the steps that Public Works had taken with respect to the completed short-term safety options identified in this document?
This is the 2015 report that was done in February, March.
That's correct.
And what did Public Works do to determine if they were completed or not?
No, sorry, Mr. Warren, I'm just asking what steps did they do? Can you summarize what steps were completed by Public Works to address the countermeasures that were noted in the 2013 SEMA report?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you're asking.
That's fine. We can move on to HAM 42562, please.
Sorry, Council, do you mind just repeating that doc ID for me?
Sure, it's 42562.
Thank you.
Perfect. And if we can just put the first two images up, that'd be great. And I don't believe that this document has been marked as an exhibit yet. So if we could mark it as the next exhibit, that would be much appreciated. Now, turning your attention to an email from Mr. Ferguson to yourself as well.
Why don't we just make sure if we're noting this as an exhibit, what's the right number for this, Mr. Registrar?
Noted, Council. It'll be Exhibit 67, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Warren, if I can turn your attention to the second page and where there's an email from Mr. Ferguson to yourself. Oh, sorry, actually, yes, at the top of the page, you'll see that it says, can you please provide me with an update of the works outlined in this report that were to be completed in 2015? What was done and what is still outstanding? Do you see that?
November 4th, 15. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the top of the second page.
Yep, okay.
Perfect. And then if you can call out the reply from Mr. Cooper on the first page. So as you can see, Mr. Ferguson had requested an update on the work that was completed since that 2015 staff report that we were talking about. Do you recall if you were involved in the completion of these works?
No, I wasn't involved. Well, I was involved to liaise with Steve for him to confirm whether what was done and what wasn't.
Okay. So is it right that the dynamic speed signs, as you'll see in the third paragraph in this email, were being used, and that we would need to, and that they used, I believe, additional signage, or there was discussions of additional. Sorry, apologies. In terms of looking at paragraph that starts with 2, you'll see that it notes that chevrons are oversized and additional curve warning signs were added to the left and right hand side. To your knowledge, was this work completed on the vicinity of ramp 6?
To my knowledge, it was.
Okay. And then it also says a curve warning sign that better reflects the curve condition, and a slippery when wet sign is noted as being completed. To your knowledge, was that also completed in and around the vicinity of ramp 6?
Yes.
Okay. And it also says all signs have been upgraded to high intensity sheeting. To your knowledge, was that completed on these signs in the vicinity of ramp 6?
Yes.
And can you explain what high intensity sheeting is?
It's a retroreflectivity level. It's one of the higher sheeting levels.
So is it fair to say that it makes the signs brighter, especially at brighter just generally? Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
And that's helpful for visibility in nighttime. Is that right?
Yes. The headlights hit it and bounce back and illuminate the sign more.
Okay. And now, when implementing countermeasures, is it common for countermeasures to be implemented in a phased approach, so not all at once?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Well, most times there is, well, for instance, in this one, there are a handful of countermeasures proposed. Some of them are simpler to address than others. Some require purchasing new equipment. Maybe a design would be required, locates, and then a construction company to actually install them. On other items, we have that material on hand, that equipment on hand. Staff are trained on the installation and have the equipment to install. So, you know, just from a sheer process standpoint, you would install what you can at the, you know, your earliest possible time, and then still in the background be looking to process any additional purchase for material, but also looking at how and assessing how that facility is operating.
Is there a benefit for waiting between installation of countermeasures to assess the effectiveness of the former countermeasure before implementing others?
It's a case by case, but yes, there is merit for that in cases.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Warren. Those are all my questions.
Ms. Bruckner.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just have, I think, 2 minutes to clarify one point.
Okay.
Can I proceed?
Please do.
Registrar, could you please call out the documents that we were just looking at, HAM 425621? Thank you. And just pull out Mr. Cooper's response on the image 1. And this may just be a clarifying point for me. I noticed that at the top of this email, Mr. Cooper says, Dave, all the outstanding work has been completed except the following. And then he lists the items that you were just discussing. Is that right?
Yes, that is the way that's worded.
Okay. So I take from that these items had not been completed as of the date of this email, November 10th, 2015.
Yes, that would be correct then.
Okay. Are you able to give me a timeline for when each of these items would have been completed? So item 1 is the solid lane markings, cat's eyes.
Sorry. Say that again. I was reading as you're talking. I shouldn't have been doing that.
I'm sorry. No, actually go ahead and reread the email now that we've seen that point from Mr. Cooper.
Sorry. It's not worded well the way that Steve worded that. So on bullet 2 or point 2, the first half is what's not done. The second half, starting with chevrons, is what's done.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not worded well, but that's how I read it.
Okay. With that in mind, is there any aspect of the evidence that you just gave to Mr. Mishra about the timing for the implementation of these items that you would want to clarify?
Oh, the way you asked that, there must be.
No, I'm asking you. I just want to give you an opportunity now that we've taken another look. At
There could be. Sorry, I'm confused. If you have a question to ask, then please do.
Well, I think you said the first part of point 2 had not been implemented. So that's the Mud Street interchange. Restripping to a 1-lane off-ramp requires a change to the overhead sign and
Correct.
updated marking drawing.
That hasn't been done. That wasn't done at that time of this email.
Okay, and it looks like Mr. Cooper is saying that that will be done in the summer of 2016?
Yes, correct.
Do you recall if that was done in the summer of 2016?
I drive that all the time now, and I couldn't tell you whether it was done. So I'm sorry. No, I don't know whether it was. I can't confirm that.
And I see that there's a reference there at the bottom that says the remaining items will be addressed once the URHVP, which I think is the Upper Red Hill Valley Parkway, is completed in the summer of 2016.
Yeah, that's the extension that went from Stone Church to Rymel.
Do you know which items were being held in relation to the Upper Red Hill Valley Parkway?
That overhead sign and the single laning. That's what was being held back.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay. And none of the other participants have any questions.
I believe that's the case, although I would ask each of council for the MTO, Dufferin and Golder, to confirm. Can we hear from Dufferin first, please?
Yes, good afternoon. I confirm that I have no questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Beck. Can we hear from council for the MTO next?
No questions for me, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. And council for Golder, please.
No questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, with that, then I think, first of all, Mr. Warren, thank you very much for attending today.
You're welcome.
You're excused. With respect to the remaining council, if there's nothing further for us this afternoon, then we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 on Monday morning. Thank you very much and have a good weekend all.